With 2 weeks to go until the PDGA Pro World Championships, the Disc Golf Pro Tour is heading east. From Illinois, we land just south of Cincinnati, Ohio, in Burlington, Kentucky, for the LWS Open at Idlewild, presented by Dynamic Discs and the Natty. We are at our final 3-round event of the season, and everybody is starting to think about the World Championships coming up in Virginia as we head out to the course. Ellie Midling, second shot on the first. Number 2 in the Rookie of the Year race. Great shot. It's going to be a tap in for Midling for an early birdie here on a beautiful day in Kentucky, as we welcome you inside of our broadcast booth here in Burlington. Good morning, everybody. Welcome inside Tournament Central. Thanks for being with us. Alongside the 5-time world champion, Juliana Korver, I am Charlie Eisenhood. And Juliana, we just saw Ledgestone, big payouts, 4-round tournament Elite Plus, and Holland Handley looked fantastic. She maybe has a case for being the best player since the Dynamic Discs Open.
So what Holland has done this year is she's learned how to win. And she's really been able to be clutch in the most acute situations, which she was lacking last year. Now with that skill set this year, she is going to be hard to beat.
2 wins already on tour this season, and just showing a lot more confidence on the course and in her interviews. Go back to last weekend and take a look at some of the highlights from the Ledgestone Open out at Sunset Hills.
She's had the skill set with her very impressive distance off the tees. She's got both spins, sidearm, and backhand. But she just would falter when it meant the most. And this year she hasn't been doing that.
I've seen her clutching up, and she was able to pull away from the pack and win comfortably at Ledgestone. And going back, remember what she's been able to do at the World Championships the past couple of years. Even in seasons where she clearly wasn't playing to the level she is right now, she's found herself on the podium at Worlds.
You could see that her ceiling was very, very high. She had the potential. She just would let it slip through her fingers.
Knocking down the putt on 18. 3rd place finish at back-to-back Worlds, and cool post from her Instagram page showing her backhand form progression. I mean, it's kind of crazy to look back 5 years ago and see what a different player she was.
I love the engineering mind that she has here, that she's documented all of this and that she can go back and see just how much has changed.
What do you see changing the most in her form there over the last 6 years?
Well, in the beginning it looked kind of syncopated and it wasn't smooth and she wasn't reaching back very far, and now it looks very smooth, utilizing her long limbs.
And you can see it's really just been a almost direct upward progression for her in every statistical category. She's up to a 985 rating. She's number 2 in the Pro Tour standings right now behind Missy Gannon, picking up some points last weekend at Ledgestone with the win, and averaging a 5th place finish this year.
Very impressive.
2 wins on tour. Of course, she won Throw Pink a year ago. And maybe somebody who's going to be challenging Holland Handley sooner than later, our Rookie of the Year leader, Emily Weatherman, getting ready to go. She'll be on one of our feature cards this morning.
I had the pleasure of playing with Emily in Waco earlier this year, and I remember speaking to her, and her goal for the year was to play well enough to earn a tour card for next year. Clearly, she has done much, much more than that.
Of course, winning the Des Moines Challenge, taking down an $8,000 payday, and looking like the future in FPO. Take a look at some of the shot making she's been able to put together this year. And Texas State's one of the first times we really got to see her up close. She finishes 8th and was one of the big stories that weekend.
She really was. She is a Texas girl, so she wasn't too far from home that weekend, with a lot of the locals rooting her on, being a fellow Texan.
Texas State's her first top 10. DDO, her first podium finish. She gets 3rd. And then last weekend, coming up with another top 10 finish. I mean, she's been all over the top 10 the last 3 months.
I love how fearless she seems out there playing.
And really has a well-balanced game. It seems like she's got a lot of the pieces put together already.
She has a maturity in her play that exceeds her young age.
Feels a little bit like what we see from Kristen Tatar on a reduced level, of course, but has the skill set across the board, plays smart golf, and currently leading, although not by that much, over Ellie Mittling in the Rookie of the Year standings. A couple of Europeans at the bottom of that list. Weatherman, the only rookie candidate with a win on tour. And here are the rules. If you fulfill any of those categories A through D, that marks your rookie year. So if you get a tour card or you qualify for the Pro Tour Championship, play in a certain number of points earning events, that locks you into a rookie category. And then the voting is decided both by world standings as well as votes from the media and tour card holders. And Juliana, you yourself, a recent Pro Tour Rookie of the Year, which is a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm never going to live that one down. I right now believe that Emily has the nod with that win at Des Moines.
It's got to be Emily right now. But maybe Ellie Mittling, opening up with a birdie here at Idlewild, maybe she can get herself a win this weekend.
I didn't say it wasn't within Ella's or within her grasp.
Right.
She is close, yes.
There's Emily Weatherman getting ready to tee off. Talking with Robert Burridge, getting set. And we are going to see some feature card action. Weatherman, Rebecca Cox, and more. On the other side, Idlewild action coming up.
Ricky, distance driver in hand. What? What just happened? What just happened? Wysocki blows up the basket on the 16. I don't know what that is, but it definitely bombs.
Yeah, sure.
Beth at 69.
I just told myself, you got to will this one in there. Whatever you have, just will it in there.
This man is unbelievable. This is what athletes live for. This is the moment.
The number one reason I switched from bag to cart is pretty simple. It takes weight off of my back, easier to play a course.
I realized that the cart became something I really needed when little things would happen. I'd pick up my bag and my elbow would hurt.
Using a cart decreases the bending over, the weight on my lower back.
Decide to go with Suka, and seeing that my sciatic nerve is gone and I don't need to worry. Only one thing I have to worry about to get birdie, because my Suka done it all for me.
Disc Sport and Innova share the same values and understanding how the sport should grow.
Rene has always been a great partner of Innova. His vision of disc golf in Estonia and the Baltic region is exactly what we're looking for.
Our goal would be to grow the sport, grow the brand, so that eventually, in the long run, Innova will be number one in Europe again.
The LWS Open at Idlewild is presented by Dynamic Discs, Be Dynamic, and the Natty Disc Golf, Cincinnati's home for disc golf. And welcome back to Idlewild. Deanne Carey, knocking down the birdie on hole 2. She moves to 1 under early in the day. Nice putt.
Nice courageous putt with the OB line looming behind.
And we just could not ask for a better weekend of weather. Spectacular forecast this weekend, and that's been a rarity this year on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We've had a lot of thunderstorms, rain, wind.
And it's been a rarity at this event.
That's right. Of course, a little glow golf. Saw that last year. There's a look at Arcana current conditions. 10 miles per hour, maybe overstating the wind a little bit. It is not very windy out. And just perfect conditions. And we're expecting that all weekend. Should be great for scoring. Course record, Madison Walker set it last year, 6 under par. With these conditions, perhaps we see somebody break that record as we head down to the tee for the second feature card introductions.
OB line on the right-hand side of the fairway this year has been moved in a little bit, but Madison does stay safe.
Rebecca Cox feeling at home here at the LWS Open.
Plenty of room on that side of the fairway. She's in a good position.
Out of Morristown, Tennessee, Macy Vela-Diaz.
And welcome back, Macy Vela-Diaz. She just gave birth to her infant daughter, Layla. It's her first tournament back in a couple of months.
Rounding out the 940 card out of Abilene, Texas, Emily Weatherman. Yeah.
It's a fine shot. This fairway is fairly generously wide.
A little energy drink to get the day going for Emily Weatherman. And we're going to get a chance now to hear from Macy Vela-Diaz, who's with the third member of our broadcast crew, Nate Perkins. Nate?
Macy, congratulations on becoming a mother. How is your baby daughter doing, and who's she taking after?
She's doing really good. She looks a lot like Jamie, but she loves being outside, and she's just honestly a great baby, and we're so blessed to have her.
Well, Macy, just your third Disc Golf Pro Tour of the season, and you just gave birth 8 weeks ago. How does it feel to be back here at Idlewild competing?
It feels really cool. It's really weird to be out here and not really care about where I place. I just want to be out here and having fun. I haven't played that much at all since having birth, and my body's completely different than it used to be. And I'm just excited to be out here and see all my friends and play and have no expectations.
Macy, thank you so much, and enjoy the day.
Yeah, thank you.
Big congratulations to Macy and Jamie. Layla was born June 12th, 7 pounds, 2 ounces. This is Macy's first tournament back since the Music City Open. Up ahead on the third, Deanne Carey putting for par. Solid start for Deanne. And there's Macy and Layla. That disc looks pretty big in her hands. But all is well, and looks like sleeping well too. Good to see. Second shot for Weatherman on the first.
A little early on that shot. She actually might be happy that it hit that tree, because otherwise it was careening towards the out of bounds line on the left. There is a protector tree in front of the basket that really pushes your disc off to the left, like we just saw there with Madison. And I believe Madison does find the out of bounds.
Misfire there from Walker.
So she either needed to turn it from left to right or get underneath the limbs of that tree if she's going directly at the basket. There is an out-of-bounds line that follows behind the basket. I think she's going to be okay there. Have a little bit of an uphill putt.
And Cox skips it up inside the circle. Still some work to do, so disappointing group of upshots overall. And Rebecca Cox, she knows the course well. Take a look at this. I don't know how old she is in this video, but this is back. She was vlogging, playing Idlewild. This has got to be 8-9 years ago.
Oh, I bet it's at least that long ago. Rebecca's dad, David, is a longtime disc golfer, has been playing for 40 plus years.
And Rebecca Cox from Cincinnati, she said that winning this tournament would feel close to winning Worlds. That's how important it would be to win close to home and on a course she knows very well. She's been playing very well this season. 5th place finish at Beaver State, podium finish at the Preserve.
Yeah, it does really feel like she's flipped a switch this year.
Let's go to the 4th. Ellie Midling.
This is a hole where maximum distance really can give you a benefit. It's a double water carry, and those who have the most length have a potential to get on the green in 2.
722-foot par 5. There's already been an eagle today on the 4th. Natalie Ryan. Here's Walker for par.
Not wanting to give that a chance. The basket is raised, obviously, but it is also on the precipice of a pretty steep downhill incline, which also has out of bounds at circle 2.
Already some beautiful aerials from our Flight Factory drone. Use code LWS24 to get free shipping all weekend during the LWS Open at Idlewild. Scan the QR code to check out what Flight Factory has in stock. Here's Cox for an early birdie.
Just a little too cautious getting that up in the air.
Weatherman misses the par putt. Weatherman knocks it down. Becca Cox for her par. Good scoring spread early on hole 1. 28% of players taking a birdie so far, but plenty of bogeys as well with that OB tight to the basket.
That's one thing that this course does very well. It provides scoring spread on almost every hole.
Bella Diaz in for bogey. So our feature card is coming up. Morgan Linds alone at the top, 3 under par through 9. We'll be back at the LWS Open at Idlewild on DGN.
Backyard kingdom, not so different from your own. A prince of southern royalty was born of the plastic stone.
I'm down by 2 with 2 holes to go. Should I use my last 2 driving chips, or should I save them for the final tee shot?
Time delay, dude. That's a courtesy violation.
That's a stroke. You're down by 3 now, potty mouth.
What?
Well, the World Championships are under 2 weeks away. Lynchburg, Virginia. It all starts August 21st, and it will be live on the Disc Golf Network. So if you don't have a DGN subscription yet, now is your chance. Scan that QR code, save 25% off your first month with code DGN25. And if you sign up today, you get all of Idlewild, you get all of Worlds, and you get all of D-Glow. It's a no-brainer. As we head back out onto the course, Rebecca Cox.
A little short off the tee on her drive. She was forced to lay up before the water carry.
Colin Handley getting set to tee off with the rest of the feature card. Owen Scoggins, Raven Klein, and Missy Gannon. During the break, we saw middling layup on the 4th. Third shot coming. 225 to the pin.
Didn't hit the line she was expecting to. She's safely over the water, but not very close to the pin.
A bit of a tricky stance for Vela Diaz for her second.
Yeah, that was going to be a very demanding shot to go over the water with that elevation and it being blind. So I think that was wise of her to lay up.
Not even 2 months since Macy gave birth, and she's already back out here.
And she's carrying her own bag.
It's great to see. Emily Weatherman, great shot. Puts it under the basket.
That's where you want to be on this hole. This basket is treacherously close to the downhill incline to the water's edge.
Bottom of the cage. And Weatherman did take a bogey on the first. So trying to get back to even par. Inside the circle for Rebecca. And we will see Holland Handley, Ledgestone champ, trying to go back-to-back and solidify herself as one of the favorites for the World Championships on the other side.
If you want to know what a disc is going to feel like before you get it, you have to check out OTB disc. The first thing I'm looking for when I grab a new disc is the feel of the disc. It's got to be confidence instilled. Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
It's really, really helpful in not only finding a disc that looks beautiful, but is also exactly what you're looking for it to feel like. Of course, when you're dealing with OTB, you're going to get only the best.
Welcome back to the Disc Golf Network. Mittling for birdie from just inside 60 feet.
She was perilously close to that out of bounds line.
Back to the second. Par putt for Cox, and she is in. So our feature card getting ready to go on the tee of the first. Not a lot of separation yet on the leaderboard. Morgan Lintz holding on to that one-shot lead over Deanne Carey. 6 under the course record here at Idlewild. And a great weekend to come out and watch some disc golf.
Out of Los Angeles, California, Owen Scoggins.
Scoggins has not missed the top 10 this season. And she sends it straight down the middle.
She's in perfect position for potential birdie.
Holland has not missed the top 5 since the Champions Cup. Big drive here on the first.
Well down the fairway. This hole's 638 feet with a significant downhill grade to the basket. There's a nice window there to the pin.
U.S. Women's Champion Missy Gannon, last to tee.
Needs to come back left.
Tried to fight its way back, but it is going to be out of bounds. So just an overturned tee shot there for Missy.
That's one of the differences this year. That line on the right-hand side, that OB line, has been moved in closer, pinching off the fairway a little bit.
Up to the fourth. Deanne Carey putting for birdie. And a nice little jump putt for Deanne. We saw the leaderboard a moment ago. Her sitting at 2 down. That was the shot that got her there. 1 shot off the lead. Walker. Nice forehand up onto the green, and a tap-in birdie for Madison Walker. Let's take a look at Corver's Keys, brought to you by Black Ink Discs.
Shot shaping, the wooded holes dictate very specific lines that the players need to hit. Keep it in bounds, hit the landing zones. There's a lot of turns and corners on some of the longer holes, and if you can get to those landing zones, whether it takes a putter or a mid-range or a driver, that is the key to be able to score on those holes and make it count. There's a lot of holes out here that are birdieable, but there's also a lot of teeth, so if you can get anywhere close to the green, try to make that count.
And those are Corver's Keys, brought to you by blackinkdiscs.com, the premium disc golf store. Couple of holes out here, not birdied yet. 3, 6, and 10. As the feature card players come through, perhaps we'll see some of those tougher birdies. Good upshot from Owen. She's inside the circle.
I'm not sure 10 has ever been birdied at a DGPT event by an FPO player.
Nobody has been inside the circle yet, either circle 1 or circle 2. So Missy taking her meter, throwing her third.
A little bit of a double penalty there in that she took the out-of-bounds stroke and she had to fly between those two trees to try to shape it around to the basket.
Appeared as though she came up a bit short of circle 1. Second shot for Raven Klein. Very nice. 2 excellent shots from Klein. Interesting weekend here at Idlewild. Players, of course, going for a DGPT win, but also have to be thinking a bit about the World Championships.
That was a pretty big miss right there by Hanley. I don't think she ended up out of bounds, but boy, she was very close to that line unnecessarily. Not to say that she can't still make that putt and get a birdie, but that was a miss on that line.
Second shot for Weatherman. Long putt for a possible birdie.
Get down, please. Too high.
Way too much skip on that shot from Midling. And it goes right into the water. She gets the red flag. So she'll be putting uphill from the water's edge. Missy lays up. She's going to be looking at a bogey here on hole number 1. Early tester for Holland. It's a pretty good bid.
I liked the pace. It was right on line, just a tiny bit low.
Notably, European players largely not competing this weekend and will all be making the trip across the water to play in Worlds in under 2 weeks. Do you think it's better to take this time off as a player or to be competing at a tournament before Worlds?
Oh, I think that's very individual. At my age, it's good to take the time off. But the players out there contesting for the win don't have to worry quite so much about fatigue, so I don't think that's an issue. But making sure that they are fully prepared for the courses to come, I don't know how long that's going to take, but making sure that they have the confidence in their own abilities. So if they need to be there for a week in advance, then that's what they should do.
Ellie Midling, after going OB, just lays up, taking the medicine. Weatherman's third under the basket. She'll have a tap-in par. Morgan Lind still holding on to that lead. Saw Owens Goggins knock down her circle one birdie putt a moment ago. Bunch of players sitting at one down. Oh, a little kitty cat out on the course. That's Holly Finley's cat. Maybe hunting for some birdies of its own. I mean, that's still a kitten.
Yeah, that's a new addition to the family.
Owen takes the box.
Clears that middle tree, is in a good position.
Nice birdie for Raven Klein on the first.
Very nice line on that drive.
Hanley hits the line. Very nice for Missy.
Missy's far enough up the fairway that she'll be able to see the basket on her second shot going over the water.
Well, let's check in now with Nate Perkins. Nate, you know, we've got Worlds. We're under 2 weeks from the biggest tournament of the year. And I'm just curious, what are you hearing from players? I mean, a lot of players haven't seen these courses yet. It's kind of an interesting feature of this year's Worlds. What's the chatter from the pros?
Yeah, that's certainly an interesting element to this year's world title, is that most players have never seen the course in any kind of tournament. And, you know, to touch on what you guys were talking about earlier, for most players, I don't think it's a question that they would rather play leading up to Worlds than take off. Most players aren't worried about, you know, the fatigue, but they're more so they want to get in that tournament mindset. And a lot of times if you take off too much time before, it's hard to get right back into it at the biggest tournament of the season. On the other hand, if you're dealing with an injury, a lot of players are questioning taking off. Ricky Wysocki, he's playing, but Valerie Mondahano taking off.
Yeah, I mean, late drop from Valerie, but interesting decision point. You know, you want to get those reps in, but if you're a little banged up, got to make a decision to sit it out and try to get healthy.
That's really high. That needs to get down.
Strange miss there from Holland. Just launched
Well,
that into the air.
She probably had a pretty uphill run up there and just didn't take that into consideration, which pushed the line up. I don't know. That was a very surprising release there.
Red flag for Holland. Let's stay up on the bank. Yes. So tricky uphill putt for Klein.
She might also have that tree in the way. Missy being farther forward has a flatter run up, a better angle and a better visualization.
And you can see how much a difference it makes to get up a little bit higher on the hill, flatter, better visual of the basket, and a nice upshot from Missy. But some of the rest of the feature card struggling. This, a big miss from Holland Handley. But this, from the first hole, in a pretty good position, but ends up leaving herself a long putt that she just missed low. And then a moment ago,
yeah, that was way off the line. She told us in the presser yesterday that when she gets nervous, her air is to throw low. So whether she's trying to correct for that or that was just purely mechanical mistake.
we do sometimes see her like to throw that stalling hyzer, but
oh, this is a dangerous place to do so. If that's what she was doing, then she missed her line by a good 30, 40 degrees. That's a much safer angle to come in on for this green.
It seemed like you took 5 extra seconds. Yeah.
Good adjustment there from Handley. Weatherman on the 4th.
She's going to have some trees to contend with to get over the second water carry.
Hole 6. Didn't quite get the flight she was looking for, but the cut roll leaves her in the fairway. So Klein's disc just staying on the safe side of the line. Opportunity to go back-to-back birdies. Taking advantage of her options for taking the meter. It is still going to be a tricky Annie putt here for Raven.
Nearly gets it in the basket. Very good effort. But more importantly, it stayed right underneath the basket.
So almost a 2-for-2 start for Raven Klein, but this just getting pushed out that left side. Here's Scoggins to go 2-for-2. Did that go all the way down and into the drink?
It certainly did, yes.
That is a tough mistake from Scoggins and a rare miss of that magnitude for her inside the circle.
She might not get that putter back before the end of the round either.
Comebacker for bogey is good, so he goes to even par. And it does feel like we've seen Owen Scoggins missing a little bit more lately on some of these putts that have typically felt automatic for her.
Perhaps, as the world's expectations of you increase, then being able to maintain that superstar status becomes more of a burden.
And perhaps she was just thinking about the water behind the basket. Third shot for Macy on the fourth. It's a nice looking forehand.
Fantastic shot.
And you'd be hard pressed to know that she gave birth 2 months ago. Great power on the forehand. That one powered by Nakua.
Even better forehand approach by Rebecca.
Here's the third shot for Carrie on hole 6. Trying to save par.
She does find the very small green.
Weatherman's third. Well done. Fantastic. She's going to have another tap-in birdie. So Weatherman going to join that group. Tied for fourth at 1 down. Expect to see scores stay compressed like this throughout the week. 5 under is a great round out here at Idlewild.
Excellent effort by Missy off the tee. This is a big sweeping left to right turning hole. There is a mandatory keeping you out to the left initially.
Klein clips a tree. She's going to go into scramble mode. Scoggins just dodges the fairway tree.
Holland clips that middle tree, taking quite a bit of distance off her drive. That may take birdie out of the question for Holland for hole 3.
So after a great weekend at Ledgestone, everything looking a little off for Hanley this morning. Lorenzen for birdie. And Luca gets back to even par, one of the few Europeans here competing this weekend. Great putt. Take a look on the Zuka replay. Fully committed onto a dangerous green.
She has such a great line, and it's always dead straight on that line.
I love KJ USA, so I wonder if that's our KJ USA. Take a look at this. Tied for fourth, Molly Moore from Smicksburg, Pennsylvania. I have never heard of Smicksburg, Pennsylvania.
Nor have I.
This is her 6th time playing in FPO. And here she is near the top of the leaderboard at a Disc Golf Pro Tour event. 908 rated. She's only played 18 tournaments all time. keep an eye on that. Hanley second.
Clips another tree. Didn't get that far down the fairway. She's still got quite a bit of work to do to get to the green.
That looked like it found trees as well, but does get the green flag, so more work to do for Klein. Still no birdies here on 3. And there's a couple holes like this out on the course. 63% of players taking a par so far. What do you think of the third?
I actually really like this hole. So it takes a low ceiling, straight or curving left to right shot off the tee. Now we saw a couple of the players here throwing sidearm, getting them farther to the right. And I don't necessarily think that's better because you have a lower ceiling on your second shot and it restricts the distance for that second shot. I think if you go straighter down the fairway, as long as you don't fade left, because if you fade left, you fade down the hill and it makes the distance farther. I think if you go straighter down the fairway, then you have a better chance with a higher ceiling to attack the green. Now the green is super protected with tall grass, so it's really hard to get up to the green, but if you can be just on the outside of the green, you can be aggressive because of the incline at the basket.
Third is playing a half stroke over par.
Missy's got a chance.
I think that's going to make her the third player today to get inside circle 2 with a look. Here's Rebecca Cox putting for birdie on the 4th. Wow. Tough mistake there for Cox, and she will have to settle for par.
This is one of those holes that has a very specific landing zone, and Deanne has found it.
To the 5th. Weatherman, 330-foot par 3.
Nice edge control. There was no way that was going to skip into the water. Beautifully done. She's got a fairly long putt.
But parallel to the water, so a little less dangerous than being on the high side. Middling missing off the tee on 7.
That was a good tree hit because that was going directly towards the out of bounds. There's a look from there. Okay, that was much better control of the height and the line on her sidearm. She's very near the basket.
Be a short tap in for a par. Second shot for Middling.
She's going to be close to a tree, which is going to impinge her arm swing, but she should have a line to the basket.
So after the missed putt, Rebecca Cox going to make it so she doesn't really have to putt. A little bit closer than last hole, but needs to make sure that she puts the right pace on the disc into the chains.
Yeah, she's going to have nerves on this one since the miss on the last one, and this one is uphill, which exaggerates mistakes.
Cone puts it to 5 feet. Weatherman. This is right. The disc does settle down inside the circle, so comebacker. So Missy had the birdie chance there, but doesn't convert. Oh, a great putt from Raven Klein. Saves the par. Playing well so far here on the feature card. Hanley taps in for par. Remains at 1 over. So par tap-ins all around. Let's take a look at a Flight Factory replay of Raven Klein's putt. Great speed on that jumper.
Good power too. You can't tell by this angle that that is significantly uphill, so she really had to put more on that than she would have otherwise, and she does so and keeps it online.
You can get free shipping all weekend at flightfactorydisc.com with code LWS24 as Weatherman misses the comebacker. Still not a gimme here. Knocks in the bogey. Bit of a rare miss from inside the circle there for Weatherman. Now Rebecca Cox, who's probably thinking about last hole. Kept it lower, but it's still a little bit of a dangerous looking putt.
The mistake on the last hole was that it was too high, and she didn't do that on this hole, though this was a raised basket, so that thankfully did not come back and bite her.
Carries second, gets her to 18 feet. She'll have a birdie look. And if she knocks that down, she's going to get to 3 under and tie the lead. She is bogey free, 2 down. Take a look at hole 4, the Eagleable par 5.
Well, Eagleable by the top throwers in the field. You really need a lot of distance to put your, and very precise landing ability to put yourself in line with the second water carry. So the goal in the first shot is to clear the water, clearly, and make sure that you're fading left because there is an out of bounds line right on the edge of the trees on the right hand side. This is a very nice looking shot by Missy. Most likely you're going to lay up to the trees, and it's about 90 feet from those trees down to the water edge for the second carry. So ideally you want to be maybe 20 feet inside of that tree line to then go for the green on your third shot.
Come on, last juice, come on. There you go.
really have to get a hold of this tee shot to have a chance to go over the water with your second. Owen in fine position. Grabbing some water. Maybe a chance for Holland to get aggressive.
She has the power to do so. That's a nice looking shot. Needs to fade a little bit more left. She may have a decision to make.
Middling for a long distance par. Good line, just low. Big forehand from Rebecca.
Good position.
So we go back to the 7th. A chance for Deanne Carey to get a share of the lead. You bet. So Deanne Carey, 3 down through 7. Bogey free. She's hit a couple of circle 2 putts.
100% C1X and C2. She's playing very relaxed.
Deanne Carey, hailing from North Carolina. Certainly not a player who's going to be afraid of a wooded course. And a little dancing appropriate considering how well she's putting right now. Deanne Carey went over to Europe this year. She played in the Monday qualifier to get into the European Open, but did not qualify. So
there weren't that many players in the European Open. I wish that they would have opened the doors and allowed more people from the Monday qualifier to play in the event.
Yeah, it is a little unusual to have a touring pro there that's not being offered an opportunity to play. But they are very strict about the amount of slots that they give out for that tournament. But hopefully Deanne enjoyed her time over in Finland. She's still hunting for her first top 10 on tour this season. She did win the Cascade Challenge, one of the Q Series tournaments. Is that a little bit short of where you want to be
Yes.
if you're Missy?
Yes, actually you want to be just inside of those trees. It's still going to fade off to the left, but that's a better line. That right there is right at what I would consider the opening of the landing zone. Now, not to say that they're not going to be able to get across. They probably will just fine, but ideally to have the easiest shot, you want to be 20 feet in front of those first trees forward.
So Holland not going to try to get aggressive here, just going to lay up into the landing zone.
From those first trees, it's about 45 feet forward before the land really starts sloping down to the water, and then it's another 45 feet to the water.
Your co-leader, Deanne Carey, clips a tree on her tee shot on the par 5 8th.
Gonna have a lot of trees to contend with on the second shot.
That could be trouble for Gannon. that's exactly what you're talking about, Juliana. Leaving that short of those tree line makes that.
Well, it looked like she was taking the right gap, which forces you to throw towards those limbs and towards the out of bounds line, like we saw in the previous groups. This is exactly where I would try to be, right in this wide open gap right here. You've got 250 feet to the pin, nothing in your way.
Yeah. Stumps are my friend.
Let's check back in with Nate Perkins. Nate, what's Holland looking at here?
Well, she kind of fluffed from a similar distance on hole 1 and then again on hole 2 with that uphill run up. This one's also slightly awkward. A little bit of a downslope on the lie, and there's a tree just in front of her off to her left that forces her to go with a little bit wider of a release. Nice gentle hyzer that flips up to flat. That's well thrown.
Nicely done. Go back to the 6th. Second shot for Cox.
Missed her line on that, needed to take it a little bit wider and have it curve back to the right.
So Owen also dealing with a tree right in front of her. Going to the backhand. Needs a skip. Not going to get much of one, so circle 2 look coming up for Scoggins. So Missy did end up in OB.
What's tricky about this shot is that she's got 20, maybe 30 feet uphill to the pin, and this is most likely not a location that any of the players practiced. So though it's wide open, it hasn't been calibrated yet.
A little bit short from Gannon, but she will have a look at a bogey. So we go back over to our co-leader, Deanne Carey, throwing her second shot. It's rare that you see a 576-foot par 5, but it truly is a par 5.
Yeah, I find this one to be one of the harder holes to birdie on the course.
%, of players taking a birdie today. Checking in on the leaderboard. Morgan Linz has been at 3 under for quite a while. She is still bogey free. She birdied the 4th, the 7th, and the 9th. Just outside the circle for Gannon. And a painful double bogey after a really good drive, but left her second shot a little short and then found water and then didn't get enough on the upshot. And that's what Idlewild can do. You can go from being in a great position to get a birdie to taking a double bogey in a hurry.
Exactly. There are a lot of teeth out there. They're not quite as visible as some of the other courses that we play, but boy, if you let off the gas just a little bit, they can come and get you.
Another circle one miss for Owen Scoggins. Handley for birdie to get back to even. And she is in. So nicely done from Handley. Klein in for another birdie as well. So Raven Klein leading the way on our feature card right now at 2 under. She's 1 shot back of the leaders. Solo 3rd place. Par putt for Rebecca. It's going to be a bogey for Rebecca Cox. She's having some struggles on the putting green. Alexis Mondahano, Danny Clyden sitting under par as well. Lots of players still very much in striking distance.
Hannah Wynn also with a bogey-free round so far.
Madison Walker, course record holder, 1 over. Some heavy hitters down here in the 2 and 3 under par range. Kat Murch today, kind of a wild scorecard. She's got 4 birdies and she also has 3 double bogeys.
Okay, that was a very nice line through the first set of trees, but it's a little bit too high on the fairway, and she's going to be cut off on her second shot. It's going to be hard to get to the pin from there.
Just a little pitch back onto the fairway from Carey. She's going to need a nice upshot to save par. Spectators starting to gather. Great day to take off work and come out and watch some disc golf, I'll tell you what.
Turned a little too much. That's not going to fade off to the basket, but it's a very safe shot. She'll have a downhill circle 2 approach.
Nate, it looks like the wind might be picking up a little bit. What are the players facing here on the tee of 5?
Yeah, it's a decent headwind right now. Maybe even a little bit of right to left, kind of pushing those hyzers toward the water. It's a dangerous shot right now.
Well done from Holland. Circle 1 birdie putt. Holland going to the flex forehand. Conservative. She went a little bit more Anheuser on that.
That should fade back nicely towards the pin.
Gorgeous shot for Missy Gannon. 15 feet for birdie. Let's take another look from our Flight Factory drone. Missy hanging it out wide and letting the slope bring it right back to the basket.
Hole looks much easier from the air than it does from ground level. Looked like she found a nice path towards the pin.
Good up from Klein.
And a good camera angle to show you just how treacherous this green is. Owen's already missed one downhill putt to the water's edge, taking an OB stroke.
Yeah, you saw her sit and think, and just maybe not quite feeling it enough to run it. Still some Highland though. So to go back-to-back birdies. Yes, dead center for Holland Handley.
Perfect height.
And that's going to get her under par. She's now tied for 4th with Alexis Mondahano and Danny Clyden. And starting to look a little sharper after a slow start. Speaking of a slow start, maybe Missy thinking about the elevated basket more than it really was an elevated putt, considering where she was on the slope.
Yeah, if anything, the basket was below normal height for her.
So Missy misses an opportunity on the 5th. Scoggins tapping in for a par. Take another look at the putt from Handley.
Now I really like how she ended up being below the basket so she can putt up towards it with no fear of that water's edge.
Let's take a look now at hole number 6, 555-foot par 4. It's a beauty.
It really is. This is another one of those majestic holes where it feels like you want to throw as far as you can off the tee pad, but that is not the case. A putter or a mid-range will put you in a good enough position to attack the basket in two. What's much more important is that you're lined up with the second part of this fairway and that you don't fade left into that OB line along the creek's edge. So I think actually landing to the right of that big tree instead of the left is the way that you want to go to the pin, and perhaps not even going for the green, but landing just to the right of that bridge that puts you inside of C1, and then you're putting towards this very, very small green. Notice to the left there we have a little memorial for Baxter, which is Fred Solis's dog who helped Fred design this course many years ago and could be seen by locals on the course. That is a new addition, and that is out of bounds.
Just in one of the iconic greens on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. So Handley in position.
Don't want it to turn too much and cut roll over to that OB on the left-hand side. She did get the cut roll, but she didn't get as far as the out of bounds. She is going to be not going to be lined up with that second fairway. That should be a good spot.
Up to the 8th, Deanne Carey, we saw her upshot. It was good. She had a short tap in for par, so she stays bogey free. And nice scrambling all around long from Carey. Oh, that got moving. Whoa.
She hit that incline with turnover angle, and it just took off. Cut roll.
That's just not a place you see players end up. And she is going to get the red flag, so another overturned drive from Gannon. To the 7th. Cox throwing her second shot on the par 4. Really nice.
She was far enough. I thought she was going to be pinched off. She was far enough up the fairway that she was in front of the trees that I thought that they were going to come into play for her. So that was an extremely good drive by Rebecca.
Macy Vela-Diaz for a birdie. Her second of the day. Hanging tough. Our defending champion here at Idlewild, Valerie Mondahano, not in the field, a late scratch.
Due to concern over a shoulder, I'm not sure I'd say injury, but potential trouble. She wants to make sure she's in the best shape she can be in for Worlds.
Well, let's take a look back at what Val was able to do here last year. Just showing off the great control. And of course had the putter going. And this was interesting because she had come off a 30th place finish at Ledgestone the weekend prior, and then kind of felt out of nowhere to come win Idlewild.
Remember, she was rehabbing from
That's
that
right.
bad ankle injury, so this was her first win after coming back on tour after that ankle.
Yeah, didn't play until DDO. Hadn't been inside the top 5 at any point in the season, and then won at Idlewild.
And I think she won by 6 strokes.
It was a dominant performance. She beat Owen Scoggins, as you said, by 6 strokes. Holland Hanley was in 3rd, 8 shots back of Mondahano. So Deanne Carey in a bit of trouble on the 8th. Klein trying to keep it under the ceiling, clips some leaves, and then finds a tree.
Perfect. She is right in the edge of circle 1. She might even be in circle 1. Very safe shot. Takes that moat out of play, and she is still within range for a birdie.
I predict we will see her run it this time.
I think you're right.
Holland going to try to get on the green or just go to the edge?
I think she's going to the edge.
Circle 2.
This peninsula where the basket is maybe 20 feet wide, 22 at the most, it's so skinny. And it's actually AstroTurf, not grass, so it's hard to get the disc to stop once you're on the green.
Fourth shot for Gannon. Long look for bogey. Lorenzen, birdie on the 9th. Great putt up the hill. Her 4th birdie of the day. She's now under par. And that gets her into a tie for 4th. So Carrie in for par on 9. And apologies, I said earlier that she took the par on the 8th, but no, she got a bogey. So she has fallen one back of the lead. Morgan Lynn's all alone at the top of the leaderboard. Holland, jump putt. Oh, it was a good line, just didn't quite have enough behind it. Bogey putt for Gannon. Pretty good run from Gannon, but can't find chains. There it is, Owen Scoggins. Knocking it down from outside 40 feet. And as soon as that disc came out of her hand, she asked for it to get in.
Caught the left chains.
Huge putt for Owen. Her 2nd birdie of the day. She's now under par and into that 4th place tie. Klein for par. You bet. Raven Klein stays bogey free. Great save. Right at circle's edge. Take a look on the Zuka replay.
That's the 2nd circle's edge putt that we've seen her make today, so she's doing really well from just outside of the circle.
Missy taps in for double bogey. She's going to drop back to 3 over. Handley in for par. Deanne Carey teeing off on the 10th. No birdies. It is playing as the hardest hole on the course, and you can see why.
Well, it's also uphill, which you can't quite tell, so it plays very, very far.
Nate, it's clearly been one of the hardest holes on the course and more or less unreachable for the FPO field. I know there was some discussion of changing the tee pad. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, they had hoped to get a tee pad poured. They were working directly with the city here, and they had it all marked out and everything, but there was some unfortunate weather, and the city was not able to get out in time to pour a pad and then allow it to dry for people to practice it throughout the week. So another year, the FPO division will get a crack at trying to birdie the difficult uphill number 10.
So here's Handley on 6. And I beg your pardon, this is hole 7.
Fantastic. This hole turns to the right after it goes over the ravine. There is a small out-of-bounds creek at the bottom of the ravine.
Raven Klein from Burnsville, Minnesota. She's at her all-time high in PDGA rating.
Missy clips that guardian tree on the right-hand side and kicks towards the out-of-bounds. I'm not sure. Based on the claps, I'm going to say that she didn't find the out-of-bounds.
Nate, are you noticing anything about Missy's swing right now? She seems like she's been a little more off the mark than we typically see from a player of her caliber.
Yeah, she's pulled a couple of backhands, but nothing too major. The score doesn't really reflect well. She's, thrown some good shots and then just didn't get up and down, and then she's missed a couple circles edge putts right now. So I'm not too worried about her backhand swing.
You do want to cheat that right side to try to climb up the hill, and that's the last tree that you need to get by.
Scramble mode once again for Gannon. To the 8th, Rebecca Cox, second shot on the par 5.
That's pretty good. She's already in the gap on her second shot, so she'll be able to turn something over towards the basket on her third. Oh, my mistake, wrong hole. No, I was right hole.
We switched to the 10.
We switched to 10. Rebecca is on the par 5, hole 8. Missy was able to find the fairway on her second shot. She should be able to see the pin from there.
Well done. It's good woods golf from Missy. Managing those tree kicks, a big part of success out here at Idlewild. Third shot for Vela Diaz on the 8th.
Fantastic.
Gonna have a look.
It's pretty tough when you're on the left-hand side. When you go a little bit long on this drive, then you really have to kind of scoop a hyzer around and hope that you can find one of two paths through the trees towards the basket.
Third shot now for Cox on 8. She's gonna have a look. Carey taps in for par on 10. After a nice tee shot, Klein hits a tree on the approach.
That tree is really the center point that delineates the two routes to the basket. You can either go on the right side of that with something that is turning like a scooping hyzer that flips up to flat, or you can try to stay on the left-hand side, which is a little bit more open, but it's not exactly the line that you'd like to take.
Oh, and a good shot from Owen, but just finds the skinny tree. So here's Cox for birdie, and she gets it to go, and Didn't have the best tee shot here on the 8, but still gets the birdie and is now 2 under par, tied for second. Very nice from Carey. She'll be inside 20 feet for birdie. Klein puts it under the basket. She'll have a drop in for par. Vela Diaz for birdie. She just watched Rebecca hit. And she does the same. She's back to even par.
An even par out here is a very good score.
Right now, even is 8th place. Just a little forehand chip up there for Holland Handley. That's a great effort from Owen.
You can't right here.
You love the confidence. If only it was 2 feet left, she would have made it. Missy in for par.
Very good par save for Missy from where she was after her drive.
Holland taps in for her par. And Raven Klein will drop in. She remains 2 down, tied for second with Cox and Carey.
That's what I thought watching that whole
Maybe a little bit low there from Cox, but stays on the fairway. Carey for a birdie and a share of the lead. And she is in. So Deanne Carey now solo leader after a bogey from Morgan Linz. First round action at Idlewild continues.
So you want to throw further. Okay, here's the plan. Step 1, join the Power Disc Golf Academy. Step 2, watch Holland Handley's lessons on how to properly select discs that are appropriate for your skill level. Step 3, watch Paul Ulibarri's X-Step lessons to help you build a solid foundation for generating power. Step 4, watch Simon Lazat's lessons on upper body mechanics to make sure you're giving the disc the best opportunity for distance. Step 5, watch Ezra Aderhold's max distance lessons to build your most powerful swing. Step 6, use our fieldwork drills to dial it all in. And the last step, go out and crush your personal best distance record. Ready? Go.
Welcome back. We are at the tee of 8 with Owen Scoggins. That is exceptional. This is a very hard line to hit. The tee shot is much harder than it looks. It does set up very nicely for a sidearm. Colin wanting to reproduce Owen's line, not able to do so. A little bit too wide. She's going to be in the woods trying to find a line for her second shot. Klein with a backhand, missing a little wide. Missy also missing that gap a little bit wide, which is very easy to do with the backhand.
To the 9th, Emily Weatherman. She's sitting at even par. Wow, what a shot from Weatherman. Fantastic.
Missy's tee shot ricocheted left into the woods. That's a very good out.
Pretty tight in there. He's ready to get out.
And there's a birdie for Madison Walker. That gets her back to even. And Weatherman in for the birdie. She gets to under par. So fantastic drive. Knocks it home from 14 feet. Rebecca Cox, after getting caught up on her tee shot, laid up and took a par. Hanley's second. A little burned over.
Having a hard time dialing in her line today.
Only further up.
Hanley has talked about how she's worked on kind of fighting through when she's not playing her best, trying to keep herself in it, and certainly that's what she's done today. She's 2 shots off the lead, and unless you really take big numbers, you're probably going to be in the conversation at the end of this round. Right now we have 28 players within 6 shots of the lead.
Phenomenal. Way up that tunnel. In fact, she can see the basket and there's nothing in the way. That is a remarkable shot. Lucked out a little bit that she had that wide open gap through those trees. And boy, did she take advantage.
She can lay up for birdie, but she could get aggressive and decide to try to run this for an eagle. What a pair of shots from Klein, who is playing her best disc golf of her career right now. Great reaction there from Raven. Missy's third, looking good, but does clip a late tree. Here's your solo leader, Deanne Carey on the 12th. Keeps it past that left Mando. Scoggins. Second shot on the 8th.
I've never seen anybody that far down the fairway into on hole 8.
That was an amazing upshot. She's going to have a tap-in eagle. I was just double-checking to make sure that wasn't her third shot. Look at this line from Scoggins. I mean, perfectly navigating the fairway.
And then getting that roll at the end as well.
And it slides to about 25 feet. Fantastic. Looked like Holland clipped something. Just kicking right. Might have a long look. There have not been any eagles today on the 8th.
This hole does not come to mind when you think of holes that are eagleable by FPO.
Oh, another error from Hanley on the forehand, and now has work to do to save par. Frustrated. I wonder if there's something going on with her wrist or something. We see her shaking out her hand there. So Hanley will just lay up. She's going to take a bogey. Meanwhile, Raven Klein is putting for eagle from 46 feet. And Owen Scoggins is inside the circle.
Talk about potential score separation.
See if Raven wants to line this up. She's already hit 2 putts from edge of circle. This is a good bit further than that.
Slightly downhill, so it's not going to play much further.
Well, definitely chooses to lay up, but he leaves herself a little more work than she might like.
I'm just going to take the birdie, and then we're going to be fine with that. Halfway through, he's like, I'm going to put my body. Like,
Here's Scoggins for eagle. Yes! And she's got a share of the lead. What a well-played hole from Owen Scoggins.
Getting 4 strokes on Holland on 1 hole.
576-foot par 5. Going to be a 3-shot swing.
Strokes.
Indeed. Huge moment here on the 8th. Gannon in for par. Holland takes the bogey. And that was much closer than I thought. So an easy birdie for Raven Klein. And that gets her to 3 under as well. So a 3-way tie at the top with Scoggins, Carey, and Klein. Well, let's take another look at the upshot from Owen Scoggins. A good tee shot.
An excellent tee shot. This gap is littered with trees. It is hard to imagine a line through here at times, and her disc just pierces it and then gets that little extra roll towards the pin.
And then able to knock it down for the lone eagle on 8. And traditionally, you think of Owen Scoggins earning her strokes on the putting green, but that was pure tee to green. Carrie clips a tree on her second shot.
Little body English trying to get it around that corner, but she does clip the tree.
It's a good shape. And that's going to trickle down into the circle. Raven Klein stays sharp. Trying to get to 4 under through the front. And really tough line with the backhand, and Gannon hits an early tree. Holland. Whoa.
Big miss on that line. Somehow it works out for her.
She might even have a putt.
She got extraordinarily lucky on that one. She completely missed the line right, and it was also very, very high.
Here's Hannah Wynn throwing her second on the 12th. Really nice shot.
Boy, I would have liked to have seen her drive if that's where she ended up. A standstill, hyzer around the trees. She was way down the fairway.
And caught a little basket there. Carries third. Thumbs up. So Missy goes to the forehand. It's going to get knocked down and probably be short of the circle. Oh, chain out for Rebecca Cox on the 11th. Almost rings it up.
Boy, that was tracking the basket the entire way. Perfect height.
It would have been the second ace of the round. Sarah Holcomb getting an ace on hole 9 a few minutes ago. And Rebecca Cox, wow, that was close. Take a quick look at Sarah Holcomb's scorecard. There it is. The ace on the 258-foot par 3. Unfortunately, we do not have video of that ace at the moment. So here's where Holland ended up, and it's unbelievable that she has a putt at all after where the drive looked like it was headed. 40-footer. That would have been an awesome birdie, but she'll settle for par. from 28 feet to take the solo lead. Not this time.
That was a downhill putt. It does continue to go slightly downhill behind the basket.
Own in for par. And a bogey for Gannon. Last year at the World Championships, Missy, so good. Pushed Kristen all week. But she's been a little off her game the last couple weeks. Of course, winning at the Estonian Disc Golf Festival, or the European Disc Golf Festival, excuse me, in Estonia. But not her usual sharp self at Ledgestone, and kind of a slow start here. Any concerns with her game right now?
Well, not with Ledgestone, because she had just come back from being overseas for a number of weeks, so there's a little bit of an adjustment. Boy, another great shot.
Weatherman bases it. She'll have a short tap in for birdie.
But I'm a little bit more concerned with Missy's play today. Just not quite sharp, though we have mentioned that, you know, this course, though there are plenty of holes out here that are birdieable, it takes precision, and it has teeth. It can be very difficult. Don't expect Missy to fall down that hole this often on this course, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
So the unbirdied 10th. It's not going to be birdied by Owen Scoggins.
I don't know. Did you see how she fished that forehand through the trees on the last hole?
Almost.
That's a little bit trickier on the right-hand side. The angle is a little worse, trying to get through the trees up to the basket.
I think Holland could get herself a look. She can get a hold of this drive.
That is a great line. The problem is it's just slopes uphill severely enough that you really just can't get much closer than that.
Well, if she did manage to get that into C2, she would be the first player all day to do that.
I'm guessing that she's not in C2.
I think you're right. Well, it's easy to see why they need and want a new tee pad for this hole.
Yeah, just a little bit too much of an ask for the level of play for the FPO.
A few moments ago, Rebecca Cox just chaining out left side. And let's go to the green to see her putt for the birdie. Oh my. She's had trouble on the green all day. And that has been a struggle for her over the course of her career. For par. So what was nearly an ace is now going to be a bogey at best. Tough pill to swallow for Rebecca. Owen unable to weave her disc through the trees this time. And likely looking at a bogey of her own. Go to the 13th. Throwing through the Y.
Asking that to fade left. She should be safe, though she's quite a bit farther from the pin as the pin is on the left-hand side. She did a pretty good job snaking her way through there. Looks like she's in circle 2. She'll have an opportunity.
Third shot here for Scoggins. Scoggins, a Masters world champion. Trying to become an FPO world champion in 2 weeks. Here is Morgan Linz, our first look. She's got a birdie putt on the 18th. Is to get to 3 down and a share of the lead. And she's got it. A great round for Morgan Linz. 4 birdies, just 1 bogey. Currently coming in at 972 rated, 3 under. And plenty of 3 downs out on the course right now. There's Morgan's scorecard. I think if you could sign up for 3 under every day at Idlewild, you got to take that.
Absolutely. 3 rounds, 3 under, that's 9 under. That's the winning score from last year.
There you go. Missy to just outside the bullseye with her second.
Getting caught up on the trees on the left-hand side. There is no beeline there, so hopefully she didn't roll left towards that creek.
Holland. A big miss there. Kind of tried to jump putt it, but left that wide and it kicks the wrong direction. Shrug from Deanne. Might be facing a bogey on 13. Just a little bit short for Raven Klein. She's going to have a tap-in bogey, her first of the round. Right on line, just couple inches too low.
Good pace too, just needed a few inches.
Hanley, nice par save. Missy in for par. Hasn't birdied since hole 2 though. So some tap-ins, bogeys there for Scoggins and Klein as we go to the par 3 11th.
This is such a fun hole. It's only 192 feet. It plays over this ravine, but the basket is about the same level as the tee, so it plays as a flat shot. There is this perfectly straight line that we just saw Rebecca Cox nearly ace from, and there's also a less obvious hyzer around the right side that we earlier saw Deanne throw quite successfully. The basket is raised and the land by the basket is inclined, so you can have a very long uphill putt. Once again, Holland missing her line.
Great shape there from Gannon on the green. Second easiest hole on the course. Certainly a makeable distance there for Scoggins. Klein trying to bounce back after her first bogey of the round.
Smooth release, a little bit long. She's going to be looking downhill at the basket.
So Carey gets it down to the circle, but did it go too long? Oh, and she does get the red flag. That's a tough mistake for Deanne Carey. She's going to be putting for double bogey from 28 feet. And she's hardly made a mistake. That one's going to hurt. Weatherman, just 2 shots off the lead.
Like this approach, very slow disc, trying to hit the landing zone on hole 12 where the tee turns, or the fairway turns to the right.
Birdie putt for Scoggins. Chains it out right. Another circle 1 miss for Owen. And sneaks it home. So a bounce back birdie for Raven Klein. And she's now back with a share of the lead. Morgan Lynn's in the clubhouse at 3 down. Deanne Carey is going to drop out of the lead with at best, a double bogey coming up. Missy Gannon gets her first birdie since hole 2. Still very much in the conversation. 6 shots back of the lead. Holland taps in for par. And Owen going to take the par. So some wild fluctuations on the leaderboard. 3 under is the lead. We'll be back. The FAR Ultiworld Disc Golf Fandom Survey is now open. Now in its 3rd year, the survey has expanded and is being run by the team at First Available Research. This is your chance to share your opinions as a member of our awesome disc golf community with questions about players, media, discs, and so much more. Results from the survey will be published in Ultiworld Disc Golf this off-season. The survey is only open for a limited time, so scan the QR code or go to discgolfsurvey.com to take it now and let your voice be heard.
Your rating is one of the most valuable things you get with a membership. This gives you accurate numbers to track how well you've been doing and your overall improvement in the game. You also get a member number when you register with the PDGA. Your PDGA number is a stamp for when you got involved in the sport. It's a badge of pride for players and a part of your disc golf identity. Get your number today. Visit pdga.com/join.
What's up, everyone? James Conrad here with Team MVP. I'm just here to chat a little bit about the Detour. It's one of the discs that came out this year in the James Conrad line of discs. I'd say my favorite shots with it are hitting it on a fair amount of hyzer, letting it slowly stand up and finish to the right. We wanted something that was able to be thrown with a ton of power, but something that would also be workable for someone without quite as much power. I think that they nailed it with the Detour.
Support your disc golf game with a brand new Tritanium sleeve. We import these directly from Finland at high and low compression, or check out their knee or wrist supports. The only place you can get Tritanium in the United States is right here at PowerGripUSA.com.
Discraft built for flight.
This is Latitude 64. We handle the smallest of grains with the greatest of passion. Always trying to improve, trying to be better, out of curiosity, excitement, out of thrill, for the player and for the game. Because we want to make disc golf awesome for you.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be.
I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Disc Golf Network's live coverage of the LWS Open at Idlewild continues here on Friday. Raven Klein has been the most consistently solid player that we've been watching today, Juliana. A little off on that drive, but still in fine position.
Well, there's a couple different ways to play this hole. You can be very conservative with a putter, maybe a mid, just straight, trying to get to that elbow of the fairway. Or you can be more aggressive, have it turn towards the right, not the left. You want to turn towards the right, although if she's past the mandatory, which it appears that she is, then she's fine. She's just going to have a lot of trees to contend with. But as Raven, we saw Ravens was starting to turn to the right. If you can get farther down that fairway on the right-hand side, it does make the next shot a little bit easier. That is fantastic. She will be able to do a hyzer around all of those trees and have it fall down, fading back towards the basket.
Take a look at your leaderboard. Some new names up on the top. And let's go down to the clubhouse. Morgan Linz is with Nate Perkins after a 3-under day here in round 1.
Under par. I want to ask you, what were your expectations coming into this event, and how do you feel about that 3 under par effort?
Honestly, my goal was even, and anything better than that is insane to me. So 3 under, I checked the scores on 18, I'm like, 2 under, is that right? I didn't even know. And then I birdied 18 to go 3 under, so I'm super excited.
Can you elaborate on what you mean by anything under par is insane out here at Idlewild?
You can get some really nasty kicks. I was getting some really good kicks today. But yeah, you can get some nasty kicks, and even bogeys are hard to save sometimes.
Well, one thing that's hard to do is go bogey free. You just had 1 bogey on the day. Talk about how it felt out there and how you were able to keep it so clean.
Yeah, 16, oh, I can't believe I bogeyed it. I actually was like tomahawked in the area around the green, so close to inbounds, and then I missed the putt. But yeah, going bogey free would have been insane, but I'm happy to just have saved 1 bogey.
Well, now that you have one round under par, what are your expectations going to be heading into the weekend?
Hopefully just play exactly how I did today, get some more tree love. If I shoot even or anything under than that, I'll be so happy.
Anyway, how about if you made it on the lead card tomorrow?
Oh, that'd be sick. That'd be insane.
All right, congratulations on the 3 under par, Morgan, and good luck rest of the way.
Thank you so much.
Well, Morgan certainly has a great chance of being on the lead card tomorrow. Again in second. Slides a little deep. See if she's got to look back through the trees.
This is a good example of how much fun it is to play with Missy, regardless of whether she's playing her best golf or struggling a little bit.
Holland lining up her second shot. Nate, what's Holland got here, do you think?
It doesn't look great. She went a little too straight with the putter there. You can try and get sneaky through this back door, but then you kind of bring a bogey into play if you hit early. Taking a look at her lie now, and I think she is just going to throw a hyzer back toward the fairway and play for something circle two's edge. Oh, and she's found a gap, and she's going to get a little skip, and she's going to be at circle one's edge looking at an open putt.
Yeah, great stuff, Nate. I mean, that's a really good shot from where she was.
Very, very demanding line there, very specific in what she needed to do, and she hit that one extremely well.
One had a great tee shot. Can she capitalize? Stuck in the tree. There it is. And that's going to be 15 feet. Simone going to get back into a share of the lead. So we go catch up with Deanne Carey on the tee of 14. During the break, you saw her make her double bogey putt after going OB. More trouble for Deanne. Very smooth from Emily Weatherman.
And an excellent position. She'll be able to see the gap that is necessary to take for the potential birdie.
We saw her in the break hit a 32-footer to save par. Just such an impressive player, age 18. Great putter, one of the best on tour already. Here's Missy. Looking for this circle's edge make to save par. Catches some branches and Doesn't find chains. Birdie look for Holland. .78% circle one putter. Oh, that's a lot of chains not to have that stick. I'm trying to find the best spot. Oh, number 2 on tour in circle one putting. 82%, just behind Silva Saarinen at 84%. And that is a great birdie for Owen. She is now back in a tie for the lead. Klein taps in for par, so she remains at 3 down. And Holland has to settle for a par after having her birdie putt just slide out the right side. So 6 players under par here in round number 1. Coming up, the iconic KY hole. A unique shot here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Jonathan! 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 Wow! Amazing! Woo!
Jonathan! Skulle du visa?
Hi. Yeah, check this pad out.
I think you should use your wrist a little bit more.
Why not?
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
Prince of Southern royalty was born of a plastic stone.
Introducing the Birdie Derby, a ready-to-run tournament package from Prodigy Disc. It's the perfect 3-disc tournament to welcome new players and give experienced throwers something new to try. Learn more and host a derby today at discgolfderby.com.
So that was Carey's 3rd shot. Okay, a little whale hacky sack going on here.
Traditionally, this is the hole that gets the biggest backups.
Much like this course. If you get 3, okay, that's 3, you take that. So back up for the lead card. You can see all those players stacked up through 12 and 13. Guerrero in the clubhouse at even. Sarah Hokum still sitting at 1 over after her ace. Macy Villa-Diaz. I mean, she's got to be she's been talking about all week, and we heard her earlier in the interview that she's just out here to have fun, but 1 over, playing pretty well, you're going to cash.
Well, when you have no expectations and no stress about how well you play, that's generally a good recipe for playing well.
Well said. Second shot there for Cox after a enormous drive. Let's take another look at that drive from Rebecca. Kind of pulls it right, but it gets through. And then a big skip.
Wow, she would be in the old location. She would be putting from there. I have not seen it drive that far down the fairway.
Fourth shot for Carey. Trying to get up and down for bogey. Owen lining up the shot here. How much does that Y affect you? Doesn't look like it's really going to come into play, but maybe psychologically it does.
It feels like it is in play when you're on the tee because obviously you want to get through the gap, but that Y makes that gap smaller because you kind of want to be on the right-hand side and having it hyzer out to the left, and so that right wing really is in your head.
Par look for Weatherman after going OB.
Oh, good run. That was a really good run.
Great height, great speed, just not quite left enough. So bogey for Weatherman. That's her fourth bogey of the day. It's going to drop her to even. Taking a look at Owen's bag there. And Owen hanging out right now. Good putt for Deanne, but it is for bogey. So she drops back to even. She's now tied for sixth. Here's Madison Walker for bogey on the 13th. Nice putt between the trees. Birdie putt for Rebecca. So she jams it. And that gets her to 2 under. She's just 1 shot back in the lead. Solo 4th place. Villa-Diaz for par. Here's Weatherman for a bogey. You know, it's hard not to look at Ledgestone last week, which was played without Northwood Black, which had hosted the Champions Cup earlier this year. More of an open layout for both divisions on Sunset and Eureka. And then think about the Woods we're playing in here at Idlewild and kind of combo these two tournaments into something of a sense of a preview for the World Championships. Nate, I know you've had a chance to play New London. How much do you think that's accurate? Like, should we be taking the results from these two tournaments and kind of trying to use them as a proxy for what we might see at Worlds?
You know, because of the woods at both New London and Idlewild, I could see how someone could try and make that comparison. But I really feel like New London's its own challenge. While it is technical, it's a little bit more like the Tampere Disc Golf Center, in that you need to throw premium lines through the woods, like shot shapes upwards of 400 to 450 feet. Well, as Idlewild's a little bit shorter and a little bit more techie with a little bit more out of bounds. So I think you could use it as a proxy, but they're different beasts.
Thanks, Nate. It's going to be exciting. I feel like a lot of us are going to be getting introduced to these courses in Virginia, perhaps for the first time. They've been working on developing the golf course layout throughout this year.
I did have the opportunity to play the golf course, Ivy Hill, last year, but I was there before they had an FPO layout, so I played the MPO layout, and it was hard. It was so long. There was a lot of out of bounds, and a lot of the out of bounds was blind.
Well, it's got an FPO layout now.
Thank
I'm sure
goodness.
it's still going to be hard, but it's going to be exciting for sure. 5 rounds in Lynchburg, Virginia for the 2024 PDGA World Championships. I mean, tickets have been selling like crazy. We're going to have huge crowds. And if you can't be there in person, make sure you sign up now for the Disc Golf Network to catch all of the live and post-produced coverage. Save 25% off your first month with code DGN25. Get the rest of Idlewild, you get D-Glow, you get Worlds. It's a great time to sign up. And what an exciting major it's going to be this year. It feels like it's been a while since we've had everyone at a tournament because of the European swing. You know, Holland Hanley, for instance, didn't go over to Europe. And so we've had kind of smaller fields, a few players missing here and there, but Worlds is when everyone shows up.
Another excellent approach, weaving through the trees.
Check back in with Deanne Carey, who's fallen out of that first place tie and is now in 4th. Good spot to be on the 15th.
The danger on this shot is hitting a tree and ricocheting left. There's an OB line along the entire left side.
Oh my goodness. When that clipped branches, I thought it's going to be in trouble, and instead it's underneath the basket.
That is remarkable. That's very hard to even imagine that line from back here. It's so dark we can't see exactly the trees that she has to navigate, but she certainly can.
I honestly think the branch may have helped this shot, slowed it down a little bit, and put it right by the basket. That deserves a fist bump for sure. Klein going to the Anheuser backhand, but she finds a tree trunk. So Missy forced to go to forehand here. That fights through, and she'll have a long look. Yeah. 15th. Ellie Mittling. Oh, that is a smash.
Hole 15, uphill drive, well down the fairway.
Ask and you shall receive. Worked out great for Raven.
Yeah, okay. Oh.
Oh, what just happened here?
Hey,
I
everybody
think,
caption that. Send me the video.
I think Owen just walked into that tree while she was talking to Raven.
Actually, it's here.
I don't know if we're going to have a camera angle of that, but
I know. I was so impressed at the way you saw, like, hey, hit the tree, they just hit it. Oh, God.
Oh, no.
Missy for birdie.
Falling just a little short.
All right, so hopefully Owen is okay. She seems fine. Lining this up. Chance to take the solo lead. A little bit of metal, but not really fully committed. So she is in for par. Missy remains 6 shots back of the lead. Raven continuing to hold on to a share of first. And what an excellent pair of shots for Holland Hanley to get here for an easy tap-in birdie to get back under par.
Even better.
Back to the 15th. Second shot for Deanne. Coming off of a double bogey and a bogey.
Beautiful line there. You can see the top of the basket. She was headed straight towards the basket. I suspect that's a pretty small putt for the birdie.
She's at 20 feet. So chance to get back under par. Middling, look how far that drive was.
She's so far down the fairway that that grouping of trees doesn't even come into play for her.
And here is the putt for Carrie. A moment ago. You bet. So Carrie back under par, tied for 5th. And Ellie Middling in for the birdie. That's 3 straight, making it a turkey. Middling trying to make it push. are your leaders. 3 down, 6 players under par. Conclusion of this round coming up.
EDGE is a nationally recognized 501c3 charitable organization.
What we do is we empower the teachers with complete programming along with the equipment and a standardized curriculum. So you have a one-stop shop for teachers and youth educators. That's really what EDGE is. It makes everything simple for the teacher to get involved with disc golf.
If we want disc golf to be recognized, we need to introduce disc golf to the youth. And if nothing else, they've got a healthy game that they can enjoy with their families throughout the rest of their lives.
In a backyard kingdom, not so different from your own. A prince of southern royalty was born of the plastic stone.
It's a new day. It's time to step up and stand out. Crafted in the heart of the sport and worn by the bold. Push forward, play harder, and love your style. Because greatness isn't given, it's achieved. Every victory is in the details, and you wear it well.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
LWS Open and Idlewild coverage continues here on the Disc Golf Network. Rebecca Cox teeing off on the 14th. Pushes it a little bit right.
The best drives sometimes actually miss even a little bit farther right through that right side and finding their way over the hill with the line to the basket. Pure line.
Oh, what a shot from Emily Weatherman.
Oh my gosh.
What a shot.
So she pures this gap right here. The disc has to be turning to the right to make it through the line of trees, but it has to have enough power. This is so far. This is 556 feet, and she's almost in circle 2. Okay, she's probably circle 3 there, but she's way down in the flat. I've never seen a drive down in that flat.
It's just a little pitch up and an easy birdie.
Hole 16, 969 feet.
That is just smoked by Middling. And we just saw back-to-back our #1 and #2 rookies in the point standings right now.
Almost inconceivable distance from the two youngest players in the field.
I know it's the wrong Olympics comparison, but that drive from Emily Weatherman, it reminds me of like a ski jumper, because that disc just missed that high spot on the middle of the fairway and then got the big skip.
Let's get it down. That's down. That's in.
Paris Olympics has been a lot of fun. Fun to imagine what it would be like to have disc golf in the Olympics. One more time, let's take a look at this drive from Emily Weatherman. Drive of the day so far. And just...
I still don't know how she got so much power. So hitting that line, fantastic. But to continue to fly over this hill down to the very bottom.
And then like gets the gravel skip.
Most people are very happy to be there in 2.
Back to the par 5 16th for Midling's second. And waiting for the spotter. Well, it's definitely way down there, whatever the ruling is going to be. And it is going to be out of bounds. So too far left there from Mittling. Here's a third shot from Carey. And you can see, it's interesting to look at the difference between our two top rookies right now, Mittling and Weatherman. Mittling clearly an incredible level of power, maybe the farthest thrower on tour.
I think that's accurate.
But still lacking some of the control and more golfy elements to become a truly top player.
You're right, and Weatherman just has an amazing ability to control the line and the edge. So she is so good at making the turns. We saw that quite often in her win at the Des Moines Challenge.
Yeah, a lot more polish on Weatherman's game. Good up from Walker. So the fourth shot here for Mittling after she went out of bounds.
Out of bounds again. This is an island green. It is very easy to skip past if you go for the basket.
So now Weatherman just a very short forehand approach here for her second shot. A little bit of a challenge with the backswing. Off the flag stick. And I think a nice contrast there in styles of these two very talented young players.
Once again, very accurate shot, right on line, a little high. You know, one thing that they do have in common is that they're both fearless.
Yeah, you know, we saw Ellie Mittling making some waves last year at Throw Pink. Juliana, we were in the booth together when we watched her get that incredible eagle on the 18th at Winthrop. And there was a lot of hype about her coming into this season, and it seemed like almost a lock that she was going to be the Rookie of the Year. And we hadn't even said Emily Weatherman's name
Well,
until
we didn't know Emily at
3
the
or
time.
4 tournaments into this season.
Exactly.
And instead, we've got Weatherman with a DGPT win to her name. Yeah. Oh, great putt there. Save bogey for Vela Diaz. One more time on the Zuka replay. And there is the birdie for Emily Weatherman. Well, I think for the moment we've got our OTB shot of the day locked up. Sarah Hogan wishes that someone had filmed her ace earlier. Madison in for the par.
Somebody should check with Chris or Caddy. He might have it.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Is the social media video going to find its way online? Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights from Ellie Middling. And I just mentioned this shot and this hole. I mean, look at this drive.
Now, this is a great example of edge control as well, because with that slope down to the left OB, you really have to be precise on that landing.
This is a great drive from an MPO player. And then this is on the 5th. Going over the water. No one does this. And just sneaks it past.
Eliezer does.
Definitely has the tools to be a special player.
Even though it hit the tree, that is still a very good drive. Had we not just seen Emily reach the flat ground, I would have said that was an excellent drive. Owen pulling that a little to the left. Looks like she gets caught up.
This could be great.
That is exactly the sneaky shot that I was referring to, where you pull it just a little bit right of what looks like the true gap.
Unfortunately, it goes so far that she ends up going OB, and she is, I mean, you can see from her reaction, like, I didn't even know you could get to that OB.
I think she's going to be able to save a par from there. She's so far down the fairway.
Luca Lorenzen knocking down the par putt on 16. Hanging around at 1 over. Now a birdie look for Deanne Carey. To get to 2 under. Just a touch low. If you can believe it, that's actually Deanne Carey's first missed putt of the day. 10 for 10 in circle 1, 2 for 2 in circle 2 before that miss.
Owen found the flat. She's on the left-hand side. She's going to have some mature trees to navigate, but she should be able to get to the green from there.
Cox in the fairway. So we go to the 17th, 287-foot par 3. Out of bounds. That tee shot in particular is demanding. Second shot for Klein on the 14th.
Very aggressive line going for the green from there. Well executed.
It's really a pretty shot. Gets it around the corner, gets it to flat. Knows that she's got a backstop back there. And she'll be putting for birdie. Couple of knucks there from her caddy and Holland. So Holland opting to mark her lie, get her footing a little bit better.
Also attempting to go to the green, but there is an out of bounds line by that, I'd say, ditch now since there's no water.
She does get the red flag, so errant up shot for Hanley. Rebecca Cox lining up a shot and is going to have to get around this stump right in her line.
Wow.
Oh, what a shot from Rebecca Cox.
So impressive taking it to the left side of that stump, but able to subtly have it fade, turn to the right through this line of trees. Has to keep that turn to the basket.
Beautiful. It's like that tree trunk wasn't there. Weatherman more in the middle, trying to match that line, and does so. She's inside the circle. Weatherman trying to make a little run here late in the back nine. That's a nice up.
Come on.
Yeah, take your meter in the back.
So Missy going out of bounds. Nate, does she have a clean look up to the green from here?
Yeah, I think we were all perplexed to see Missy's disc miss every tree and find it out of bounds. And she's in a very similar spot to where she threw this in a couple of years ago. She's going all hyzer here. Clips a little tree, but she's up and just outside the bullseye. Well thrown. She'll have that for par.
So nicely done. Yeah, it's difficult to find that OB. Going even further than Weatherman's drive. Do you like Holland's decision to go for it with the tricky lie and from a knee?
I'm a conservative player. There's no way I would have gone for that. If Holland had been playing very well up to this point and hadn't been missing her line, then I would think that that would be a reasonable shot for her to expect to make. But with the trouble that she's had, I'm not sure that it was wise to go for it.
Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Fucking A.
Frustrated as she misses the putt right side and is going to take a bogey. Well, it's a rare putting miss from Klein today. Had a chance there to take the outright lead. Confident make there from Gannon.
I can tap out. I'm waiting for my putter.
So tap in par for Klein. Bogey for Handley, her first since hole 8. Drops her back to even. And Scoggins in for the par. So it remains a 3-way tie at the top between Owen, Raven, and Morgan. Emily Weatherman to get within 1 stroke of the lead. You bet. So back-to-back birdies for Weatherman. And 6 birdies on the day. That is the most birdies in the field. So tight leaderboard. Madison Walker 6 under, looks safe for now. Deanna Carey. To save par. Great make. Really nice. She remains at 1 under. Let's roll back the Zuka replay on this one.
We just saw her miss her first putt on the previous hole, so it's nice to see her get back with the right rhythm and the right height through those trees. No fear of that peninsula green.
I'll take that.
Clean shot down the middle for Gannon. Where are you hoping to be with this tee shot?
I like being a little bit more on the left-hand side. It opens up the line through the second gap of trees to the pin. But as long as you're in the short grass, the gaps are big enough that you can really work with them no matter where you are.
to the 16th. Emerging from the woods, Emily Weatherman. Feels like we've seen Weatherman add a little distance to her drives even since the start of the year. Cox. Well, as we take a look at hole 16, look at the birdie zone, and hey, why not the eagle zone if you can really get a hold of it. 969-foot par 5. See the pin tucked back into those trees. I think Mittling was probably in the eagle zone, but then second shot pulled it left, ended up OB.
The trick on this hole is really the third one if you're going for a birdie, and that is to get close enough to the pin without finding the OB either in front or very close behind the green.
The birdie zone is brought to you by Birdie Pro, the best-selling disc golf board in the world. Get yours at your favorite disc golf shop or bodabrothers.com. Now let's take a look at Corver's keys for closing, presented by Black Ink Discs.
Hit the greens. I was just mentioning hole 16 that we're looking at right now has an island green with OB very close. 17 also a very, very dangerous green. So, and 18 is protected. So important to be by the green. Don't let it slip away. You've worked really hard up to this point to gain your under par score, hopefully, and there's a lot of danger on these 3 holes, so don't give up what you've got and go for gold on 18. 18 is a little bit clearer than it has been in years past, so you're able to be a little bit more aggressive.
Nice shot from Hanley. That's going to be a tap-in birdie. Very precise with this forehand. Oh, not happy with that miss. So we go to the 18th. The 4th par 5 on the course.
Okay, that's all you need right here. She's on the top of that hill. She's in the middle of the fairway. She should be able to attack the opening for the second part of the fairway.
Deanne has a good song going in her headphones right now. Weatherman, another big shot.
Well past the crest of the hill, you can see the basket from there. That's an important aspect of whether or not to go to the green.
Klein chips up easily. She's going to have a birdie, and that's going to give her the, if she makes that putt, the solo lead, because Owen Scoggins throwing her third after finding a tree on her second shot. She's going to have to settle for a par on one of the easier holes on the course. Rebecca Cox, one shot back. That's a nice shot from Cox. Right centered on the gap. Rebecca Cox, Emily Weatherman, both with an opportunity to birdie on 16, get to 3 under, which is likely to be a tie for second place if Raven Klein can make the short birdie putt and take the outright lead.
great shot getting out into the open. There used to be a big bush on the left-hand side where Deanne was hyzerating towards after she cleared those trees, and with that bush gone, it makes that much more accessible to find the opening from your tee shot.
Holland in for the birdie. So a nice bounce back after a frustrating bogey on the 14th. Owen taps in for par. And Raven Klein is now your solo leader at the LWS Open at Idlewild. A little fist bump from Holland. We got a battle heating up already. Raven Klein, your leader. We'll be back.
Suka cards are made to fit you.
And we have the accessories to prove it. Rainy, umbrella holder, or a rainfly.
Got a good grip? So do we.
Drink and snacks, pouches and drink holders.
Boom! Turn your seat into a sofa.
Put your putters in a pouch.
And extra room for anything else you need. Make your cards yours.
With Zuka accessories.
OTB is very specific on how they list the disc because they want you to like the disc.
Virtually in your hand tells you what the disc is going to feel like, how heavy it's going to be. It's everything you want to know before it shows up to your house.
Not just marketing.
It's only the best.
So Raven Klein is your solo leader here at the LWS Open. Sitting at 4 under. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from today. She has been rock solid, Juliana.
Making a couple of C2 putts, this one uphill, dead center.
I think maybe upshots have been the most impressive thing about her round today. Giving herself lots of chances. She's leading the field in Circle 1 in regulation at 53%.
She's had such a good line, both backhand and forehand.
%, parked rate today, also leading the field. And of course, round 1, your hot rounds, same thing as your leaderboard. Raven leading the way at the end of the hot round department. Here we are on the tee of 16. Nate, how's the wind? This can be a treacherous shot.
Yeah, it was pretty calm when they walked up, but there's a little bit of a tailwind right to left right now, and that kind of pushes the discs more toward that OB line on the left.
And unfortunately for Raven, it pushes hers right into that OB. That is her first OB shot of the day. Let's see what Holland can do. It's into the birdie zone for Holland. So we go back up the fairway. See the approach shots for Weatherman and Cox. Here's Emily. Can't get around that right side. Cox coming in closer. Oh, what a lucky bounce. Off the tree and back onto the green. So Cox looking at a birdie.
Not able to get under the branches, which would have put her right under the basket. She's going to have a little bit of work left to do.
Weatherman for a long birdie from 60 feet. Why not? Emily Weatherman makes it 3 in a row. And she's one shot off the lead. What a shot from Emily Weatherman. Take another look. Fully committed with OB behind the green. Thought about maybe trying to jump across the ravine, but decided to go over the bridge. You don't want to turn your ankle before the World Championships. Oh, and a disappointing miss there from Rebecca Cox. Scoggins second.
No drama. Yeah.
I want to be over here more.
Third shot here for Klein after the OB.
Good position.
How aggressive will Holland be? Not sure it's quite reachable from here.
Which is a good thing, because then she can throw as hard as she wants and get farther down the fairway, making this next shot that much easier.
Didn't see you stop there. I would have said it sooner. I turned to see where it was landing.
Nate, did you just save somebody from getting knocked by a disc there?
That was a close call for me, but I got out of the way, and man, they're really throwing some good shots here on their seconds.
Nate, you definitely do not want to be a part of a spotter gate. We don't want to see that happen to you. Let's take another look here. Not only at what a good shot this is from Holland, I mean, she absolutely puts a move on this, but take a look on the left side of your screen here. Oh boy, that was close. I thought you were trying to save somebody else, Nate, but it was yourself that had to get out of the way. Owns third. She'll have a long look. I think she's inside where Weatherman was. To the 18th. Deanne Carey looking at a birdie to get to 2 down on the day. It's been a kind of a roller coaster round, and this would be a great finish. And she is in. So 2 under with 6 birdies today for Deanne Carey. She's tied for 5th. Weatherman just sneaking around that tree on the left side. And that is going to be fine. She actually ends up going past the green, over the OB moat, and to the edge of the circle.
So this creek or ditch sort of meanders back and forth, and the basket is surrounded. It's nearly an island green. There is a pocket of safety in which Emily has landed behind that second out of bounds, behind the basket.
And this hole is your one-shot energy, one-shot challenge. Use code DGPT for 25% off at oneshotenergy.com. That's on the green. Excellent shot from Cox. Needs to start hitting some putts if she wants to move up the board. I mean, she's sitting at 2 under with 5 missed circle 1 putts today. Oh, wow.
Now you better give that disc a kiss.
Raven Klein onto the green.
The skill part is being willing to throw it, and then the luck.
We can all just imagine what she said the rest of the way there. That is something. That was going straight out of bounds, and the tree in a perfect position.
She is in a position now to be able to save her par, even though she went out of bounds on her first drive.
Your solo leader is happy to have a little luck on her side as well. It's kind of a tricky little shot here for Holland.
This is a very tricky shot. The green, this is another location where it's actually turf and not grass, so you're likely to get a skip if you come in with a sharp angle.
OB along the backside of the green, you can see the white line. It's got to get down. Ooh, and that's exactly the risk of trying to go for it from there. And
I mean, on the bright side, she's going to be pretty close to the basket, so it's probably a given that she'll make that putt. So it would be similar to laying up far enough away from the basket that you would then wouldn't make the putt.
Weatherman for birdie and gets it to go with almost no change. This time, no bridge. We're going straight across. That's 4 birdies. We're going over the OB. Amazing. Emily Weatherman is now tied for the lead with Raven Klein. And this tips up off the cage and drops in. Wow. That is now 5 birdies in the back 9. 8 birdies on the day.
Get it?
Oh, Scoggins just missing. I mean, this round is really heated up here through the back. Oh, and frustrated. Birdie putt for Cox to get within 1 of the lead. And the tough day on the greens continue.
Giving herself a lot of opportunities, just not able to convert.
Missy Gannon knocks it down. 4 straight pars and now a birdie. And Klein has a great par save after going OB off her tee shot. This is a par look for Handley. She's had a couple of moments today where she was in what seemed like a great position and was unable to convert the up shot and has cost herself a couple of strokes. But she also doesn't feel like she's far off from being 5 or 6 under par on this round. Let's go to 17.
This is such a hole. There's there's so much going on. We have to navigate the trees, but there is this meandering OB everywhere. It starts at the tee, it is on the left side, it's on the right side, it's in front of the basket, it's behind the basket, and it's really hard to judge where you want to land on this hole. It's also hard not to ricochet off one of those trees. This green is very, very small, and once again, this is a turf area, so skips are likely if you come in and hit right by the basket.
6 birdies today. We just saw Emily Weatherman knock it down from about 30 feet. Waiting for players to take the tee box. Missy will step up first. Just stays safe. Missy's made the top 5 at Idlewild every year since 2019. She's going to have to do some work this weekend, climb back up into that conversation. Missing 14th. Left.
That is safe.
Use that tree. You said.
Oh, and that trickles down into the OB. Does it feel like this hole has a clear line that if you throw it, you will be rewarded? Because it doesn't feel like it from the tee.
Not exactly. There's too much going on, and there's too much uncertainty in how the disc is going to land.
Emily Weatherman, co-leader, teeing off on the 18th after 4 straight birdies and a tournament leading 8 on the day.
Fades a little on the left-hand side, but this is where I was referring to the fact that the undergrowth has been cleaned up significantly, so she should be able to get a decent shot from there.
Raven second. Very fortunate that that sat down. Cox, 2 back. She's missed 6 circle 1 putts today. She's really been throwing it well. She's up onto the high part of the fairway. Overhead look from our Flight Factory drone. Hanley for a long birdie.
It was like hanging over. It was almost in.
It's not quite hanging now.
Missy safe, but not by much. Give it a run. Playing safe. After a slow start, Missy has picked up her play. She's 2 under in the back 9. 2 over on the day. Klein to save par. Gives it a little chain kiss. Did that, yeah, into the OB. That's tough for Klein. Can hear your own lamenting how close she was to being safe. And this is a hole where the bounces make a big difference. Nice par save for Scoggins. And after all the great work Raven Klein did today, she's looking at double bogey. Hanley to save par. She's 3 shots back of Emily Weatherman. Double bogey for Raven Klein. She falls to a tie for 4th. Second shot for Cox on the 18th. And now your solo leader, Emily Weatherman, trying to go 5 straight birdies to close out her day.
Once
Really
again,
nice.
displaying that beautiful control she has. Great line to get through that opening.
Well, scan that QR code and take the first available research Multi-World Disc Golf survey. It's the 3rd annual Disc Golf Fandom Survey, and it's open now. Share your opinions on players, media, discs, equipment, and more. Results from the survey will be published on the Multi-World website later this year. Let your voice be heard. Go to discgolfsurvey.com to take the survey and help shape the future of professional disc golf. I think Emily Weatherman might be gaining some new fans as this year has gone along. I think over 3,000 people have already taken the survey. It's a great chance for you to jump in. You can decide how long of a survey you want to take. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. There's a popular player right there, Madison Walker. 2 hot geese. Jomez commentator, and a great shot on the 18th. Third shot for Weatherman. An opportunity to lock up a lead going into tomorrow if she can get a birdie here.
Catches one of the protecting trees. She's in circle one, but she is going to have to reach around that trunk of that tree.
Third shot for Cox. Going straight at it. And those trees do their job. So our final card reaches the 18th.
Good distance off the tee, a little on the left-hand side, but she should be able to find a line.
Similar spot for Scoggins. That's laced.
Phenomenal shot. Okay, if you want to kick, that's the way that you want it to kick, right back into the middle of the fairway. She's going to be able to put a lot on this next shot. Should have a line to the opening.
Up ahead on the green. Rebecca Cox. To go to an awkward stance. And not even really trying to give it much of a run. Just going to accept the par. And 2 under. Great day, but what could have been?
So many missed opportunities.
Weatherman, can she end the day with another killer putt? Oh, that was close. That only missed by inches. She's playing with a lot of confidence, Juliana.
Really fun to watch her play.
That could be trouble.
Yeah, I thought about it too much. I saw you.
So in for the par is your leader, Emily Weatherman, 4 under. The mark going into Saturday. Madison Walker gets a birdie to get to even par on the day. She's in 7th place. And take a look at the leaderboard. Scoggins has an opportunity to birdie 18 and get into a tie with Weatherman going into moving day. else stands out?
Well, Raven can keep her place on the lead card with a par.
Montgomery, 2 over. She's been playing better of late. Great to have her back on tour. So third shot now for Klein, and it's going to have to manufacture something. So out of the woods, but maybe into the bushes. Oh, don't go over there. That's really not what you're looking for.
What the hell is that?
That doesn't seem fair.
You know, I was just thinking how proud I was that she took the safe shot to put it right in the middle of the fairway, and then she gets that nasty little roll right to the base of that tree. Well, Gannon gets a good roll, taking advantage of the slope to gain some extra distance.
I think I should just go now.
Yeah, Rowan has a decision to make here. Try to blast a backhand that skinny gap, or just go to the forehand. Looks like she's going to take the wider, safer play. Still bites off a lot of distance.
The thing is, like, I'm so good at that with a phone, and then I do a raptor, and it's like, do I even know how to throw that line?
Still thinking about options. Going for the full run up. Wow. Not an easy shot.
She finds the line. She will have a putt from there. It's quite a ways, but it is, I think, wide enough that that tree is not going to be in her way.
I do it. I want to have a birdie putt.
Well, Idlewild has been both in MPO and FPO, a course that seems to deliver a lot of different winners. We have 4 unique winners in the last 4 years. Of course, back in 2020, what a story it was when Ellen Widboom took it down. Paige Pierce has been very successful here. Multiple wins, but nothing since 2021. Katrina Allen won it 2 years ago, and Valerie Mondahano also not in the field, nor is Katrina, nor is Paige. Ellen is playing. So almost guaranteed to see another new winner here in 2024. That sneaks through for Klein. We didn't see a short layup out of those bushes. So she's going to be putting for bogey on the green. Missy with a really nice line drive to the basket. 20-footer coming back.
Actually low, because I'm already low. Yeah. I was just like, I was like, all right, I got to mow this one. Anything between that.
Missy trying to get to 1 over. Had a tough start. She was 3 over through 6. But really stabilized in the back 9 and has a chance to make it 3 under in the back. She can make that putt. So Holland almost has an opportunity to run this for an eagle, but certainly an easy birdie. Keeps it low. And she's got a short birdie putt coming back.
You have to be like just perfectly, like your distance just left to try it.
Raven and Holland talking about the opportunity to have a look at it from that side. Such a low ceiling through those trees. Own maybe had a chance, but finds a branch on the way in. Still thinking about that disc that rolled under the tree on the fairway, maybe. And Klein unable to secure the bogey, so it will be back-to-back double bogeys to close the round. And that's tough because she had put together such a nice day. Held the lead for much of the round, but it's going to ultimately finish at even. Missy in for the birdie. A nice finish. Great back 9. She's 1 over.
Wow, you cannot see that, okay? I already forgot about
Oh,
you cannot
no.
see that one.
Still good spirits for Own, but that's a disappointing miss after a tough hole.
Hey, that's so embarrassed. No one see
Scoggins
that.
is going to drop back to 2 under.
It's okay.
Kind of a tumultuous finish with some successes and some failures.
A lot of danger on the finishing holes in this course.
So there is your leaderboard after round number 1. Emily Weatherman, your solo leader at 4 under par. Morgan Linz, that 3 under, held on for a long time. She will be on the lead card tomorrow. And then Rebecca Cox and Owen Scoggins will join her as we welcome you back inside of our broadcast booth. Juliana Korver, Charlie Eisenhood. A very interesting first round. Feels like people are kind of figuring out how they want to attack the course a little bit, and you're going to have to get a couple of lucky kicks here and there if you want to put together a great day.
Well, you have to be aggressive out here, but that can also cause trouble. So you're right. It does take a little bit of luck sometimes on this course to be at the top.
Quick thought, Emily Weatherman, another great round, and it just seems like we're seeing her get better and better throughout this year.
Not only was it a great round, but it was a round that contained absolute highlights, not just round highlights, but season highlights.
Yeah, well, that shot earlier on 14 was amazing. We're going to talk more about all of that and lots more in Tournament Central following the round for our DGN Pro subscribers. If you're joining us on YouTube, it's a great chance to sign up. Use code DGN25 to save 25% off your first month. Before that, a quick break. Tournament Central on the other side.
Introducing the Birdie Derby, a ready-to-run tournament package from Prodigy Disc. It's the perfect 3-disc tournament to welcome new players and give experienced throwers something new to try. Running a Birdie Derby is a great way to engage your local community and discover new discs in a ready-to-go package. Learn more and host a derby today at discgolfderby.com.
Pound's the best of the best. It's the quality, the craftsmanship, the vision for what a bag could be. Let's start from the beginning. I didn't choose Pound, I chose Levi. I trusted Levi to make the best bag possible.
He's always trying to innovate. He wants it to be perfect. And I think he's the kind of guy that nothing's ever perfect.
I trust the product, I trust the people behind the product.
At this point, I don't think anyone's disputing that it's the best made bag.
Ricky. What? What just happened? Wysocki blows up the basket on the 16th. I don't know what that is, but it definitely bombs.
Prince of Southern royalty was born of a plastic stone.
Welcome back inside Tournament Central following the first round of FPO action at the LWS Open at Idlewild. 18-year-old Emily Weatherman is your leader at 4 under par. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from her day. And you just said it, Juliana. Not just highlights for the round, but maybe for her season overall. Some spectacular shot making. And she was so precise all day from the fairways.
And from the green as well. We saw her make some phenomenal putts in positions where there's quite a bit of danger.
On 11. Great line off the base. Pretty much a perfect shot there. She went 91% on fairways today to lead the way. And then this 60-footer, just magnificent putt for the birdie.
So much power around the green and off the tee.
Gets the birdie on 17 as well. That made it 4 in a row. Was your Innova hot round today. Take a look at the scorecard. Left a couple strokes out there. 13 for 16 C1X putting.
Had 1 OB on hole 13, I believe that was.
4 bogeys, but 8 birdies. And if she can clean up the scorecard a little bit, she can put together a tremendous round. That's just 2 strokes less than the course record at 6 down set last year by Madison Walker. Time to go down to the clubhouse. Nate Perkins is standing by with Emily Weatherman.
We're here with Emily Weatherman. Emily, 4 under on today's round. Talk about how you feel.
Okay, so I started out a little bit rough where my putts just weren't feeling right whenever I was warming up. My putts were just kind of off. And hole 1, I really showed that. I think it was more on the elevated baskets that I was just struggling mentally to really get it in there.
Yeah, you tried to lay up on 1 and it kind of bled out on you.
Yeah, it was a terrible layup attempt. But, you know, I fixed my round, I fixed my putt. I made, I think, 2 or 3 C2 putts, made some really good C1 putts. So it was kind of just a battle of the putts during my round. I felt like my drives were pretty good the whole time, so that was something I could rely on. But overall, I feel really good about the round.
Well, can you talk about how you're able to make a mid-round adjustment with your putt? What was it today?
So normally, if my putt is feeling off, I'll try to change something, but I know that my normal putt is good, and so I didn't change anything. I just stuck to what I knew and told myself to go into every putt with confidence, and that's what I did.
Cool. And 4 under, how'd you feel about that number? Did you think after practicing you could get there, and what do you expect for yourself the remaining 2 rounds?
Yeah, I definitely think it's a really scoreable course as long as you get through it pretty clean, which I mean, I had a few bogeys and they definitely could have been avoided, but I definitely think I can shoot better than what I did today, and I'm happy with the round.
And it looks like you're going to be on the lead card tomorrow. When you hear that, are you feeling nerves, or are you feeling that that's right where you should be?
I'm excited.
Cool.
I'm just happy to be here.
All right, Emily, thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow on that lead card.
Yeah.
Well, we certainly haven't seen many signs of nerves from Emily Weatherman this season. I mean, down the stretch at Des Moines, she was unflappable.
She was, and what I really love is that she's not overwhelmed by the gravity of the moment. You know, at such a young age, to come out here and not just to be able to play with maybe some of your idols, but to be leading the event and to already have won one of these elite events. And she just takes it in stride, and she's just having fun and enjoying the moment, and it's really remarkable.
Do you think she's the favorite moving forward in this tournament, given that she has the lead?
Perhaps. If she hadn't won Des Moines, then I probably would have said no, she hasn't proven herself, and you know, you have to learn to win. But she knows how to win. She did it in Des Moines, and she's got the skill. She's got the composure, which is the part that usually takes years. And there's no reason why she can't stay on top.
Well, she's going to have to hold off some very talented players who are chasing her, including Rebecca Cox, who, had she had a hotter day with her putter, could have had a magnificent round. Let's take a look at some of the moments today from Rebecca Cox. There was lots of good.
You know, we mentioned at the beginning of this year that it feels like Rebecca has flipped a switch this year because she's been playing so well. Most of that was because she has been putting well, and unfortunately, we see here that that has faltered today.
She was inside Circle 1 in regulation on 10 holes. That leads the way at the tournament. Unfortunately, she really struggled inside of C1X putting wise. She missed 6. She went 0 for 3 from Circle 2. So 9 missed putts, and yet still a 2 under, 2 shots off the lead.
Yeah, so it's a fantastic score, but emotionally very draining that round had to have been for her.
So we'll see what she can do tomorrow, but scramble percentage 100%. She gets in, leading the way in C1 and C2 in regulation. The best player, tee to green today, but unfortunately the putting is going to have to be better if she wants to win this tournament. And we've seen it. We've seen it from her in the past and earlier this season, so we know it can happen. You look at what Holland Handley has done, and it was a little bit of an up and down day for her as well, but it felt like she was very close to having a great round.
Well, there were moments of brilliance, but there were a lot of missed lines and missed elevations. It was a little bit curious.
We did not see much of Morgan Linds today, but she almost went bogey-free. She had 1 bogey. She finishes 3 under. She's 1 shot back. She talked about how exciting it would be to be on the lead card for tomorrow, which she will be. I know we didn't really see her play much, but what do you think of her potential here moving forward?
Well, she had a fairly clean day. She didn't take too many, I think maybe 1 bogey on the day, and that was later on in the round. So that bodes well for playing good golf out here. That's the key. The key is really not taking the bogey strokes, as there are plenty of birdie opportunities if you're throwing reasonably well.
Yeah, that's what we just heard Emily say. I mean, she feels like if she cleans it up, then she can put together a great round. She did have 8 birdies. So it's time to welcome in Nate Perkins here on Tournament Central with us. Nate's out on the course. There he is. Hello, Nate. How was the round out there for you today?
Hey, Charlie. Hey, Juliana. Happy to be here with you guys. And yeah, the round, it's entertaining. I think this is one of the, the better public parks that the Disc Golf Pro Tour visits all season. And one aspect that none of the players really talked about is like how humid it is out here. It's only mid-80s, which we're all really fortunate that it's not 100 degrees here in August, but it's high humidity and it's sticky, and the grip on the disc on the tee and putting in the circle is difficult, and it can be hard to kind of find your line early.
I wanted to ask you, what do you think is going to be the separating factor as we move forward in this tournament? Because it did feel like today, it feels a little bit like LPGA golf, where like you're not necessarily just going to be able to birdie. There's always going to be some pressure here and there, and it didn't feel like there was an obvious place for players to just take advantage of a particular aspect of the course.
Yeah, this course has a lot of variance, and it's really hard to repeat good shots out here. It's hard to string together birdies, and I'll start with Holland Handley. With what she did at Sunset last week, I think a lot of people had high expectations for her to come in and dominate this week's event as well, but you can see that Idlewild, especially on that front 9, the shots are just so specific. If you get off your line at all, you're gonna par at best, and she took a couple early bogeys. And then what I liked from her today was that she didn't really panic, even though she was throwing she was a little loose and kind of throwing bad shots and bogeying early. She's now learning that she can just kind of kick back and wait for the birdies to come to her, and that's what she did to get herself back to even par. And then Missy Gannon, on the other hand, also really tough front nine, a player that you would expect to kind of play pretty well on the front. I think she shot 4 over on the front nine, probably one of her worst fronts out here at Idlewild. And that just goes to show you, how much teeth this course really does have. And, I'll move on to Emily Weatherman. The way that she is approaching, the course out here, I think a lot of people are a little timid when they think about playing Idlewild, but she's full confidence right now, and it's pretty scary.
Here's a look again at hole 14. This unbelievable drive, making it all the way down to the flat. First of all, just being able to hit that gap and have it turn to the right a little bit is a success. Having it get all the way down to this flat part in the fairway, remarkable, and giving her a very easy approach towards this tricky basket.
Yeah, Nate, I know you weren't on that card watching that shot happen, but I don't know if you've seen a video of it. It was basically Missy Gannon's shot, but it landed perfectly where you would want it to.
Yep.
Instead of somehow finding the OB.
Yep. I was actually down in the fairway and watched the shot weave through the trees. And, I've been coming here, I think, 8 years now, and we all said it that it was the best shot from an FPO player that we've seen all time, and one of the top 10 shots that we've seen on that hole. I mean, she had a little chip forehand, and she actually hit the flag on her way to the pin, so nearly eagled that hole. And it's the youth in disc golf is so it's scary because they don't have any fear approaching the game. It kind of reminds me of Gannon Burr over in the MPO field. Like, he's just not afraid of anything out there. So Emily is definitely a threat. I wouldn't say she's the favorite, even with the lead, but she's definitely a threat to take this one down.
What are you expecting to see tomorrow, Nate?
I'm big on Emily Weatherman and her confidence, but Rebecca Cox, I think, has been the most improved player this season, and she's local to here. She's played this course. I think she started playing here, when she was 8 years old. So she's got a lot of experience, and the fans are definitely on her side. Her father's on the bag. So I'm looking on Rebecca Cox and seeing if she can't go get her first Elite Series win.
Definitely a great opportunity in front of her. Thank you, Nate, for joining us, and we'll see you a little later for the MPO round.
Sounds good. See you guys.
All right, Nate Perkins out on the course with us. Time to go to our OTB shot of the day. I think I know. Do you want to offer anything? How
can it be anything but Emily's drive on hole 14?
Let's take a look. Sarah Hokum's ace lives on in our hearts, but it's not yet been seen on video. So let's take a look. Roll it. OTB shot of the day. Okay. They just showed. The thing is, they just showed us the drive while we were talking Emily Weatherman. So maybe that's why they chose the putt.
This was a great shot as well, but boy, the drive on 14 eclipses this in my opinion.
I completely agree. This is a great putt, but you see these kinds of putts every tournament. You do not see drives like that at every tournament. So Emily Weatherman, 2 great shots today, and she puts together the end of a hot round. Join us this afternoon, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, MPO first round action here at the LWS Open at Idlewild. It starts off with Tournament Central with myself, Charlie Eisenhood, alongside Brian Earhart, live on Disc Golf Network and on YouTube here for round number 1. If you miss it live, don't miss the Jomez next day lead card coverage. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. For Juliana Korver, I'm Charlie Eisenhood, signing off after round 1 here at FPO at LWS Open at Idlewild. Emily Weatherman's got a 1-shot lead heading into moving day.